Oh my god. Well, I have to refresh the Google Chrome page. I'm not even gonna do a starting screen. What's the point? Okay, I think everything is working now. The game doesn't look like it's flickering anymore. I reset the computer, updated the graphics drivers, and now I need to update. Blue Sky and Twitter. Thank you. I think everything is working now. Because it doesn't look like the game is flickering anymore. At least on my end. I don't know what it looked like for you guys, because I know you said that there was nothing wrong with it, but I don't know what happens. Maybe it truly is my monitors, because my monitors are old. But it only is doing it when a video game is on. It's not doing it in general, so I don't know. It's weird. Now, gotta put the new link up for the stream. I really don't get what happens when it does this whole mess up with the graphics. Give me one moment, just redoing the Twitter posts. Twitter and Blue Sky posts. Do that and post that and go to Blue Sky and post here. And grab that link and do this and do that. No, do that. We working. It's working. I still don't know if we're finishing this case today, because I wasn't planning to stream for a long time because Mama Faye wants help with food prep. So we'll see what happens. Who knows, they might do it without me. I think we're ready to go. Okay, let's take a sip of water. I have like 3 different, well, I want to say like 4 different fans going. I have my regular main fan that always points towards my bed. I have a I have a little fan pointing at some of my electronics so they stay cool. I have a different mini fan that Mama Faye gave me to use. We're good. The only thing I didn't actually grab was an ice pack today. We'll be fine. Hi, Wisp. Welcome to the technical difficulty stream. 17th April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. How are you holding up, Gina? Looking forward to the fan app on the next generation of phones. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Okay. I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. I mean, that just shows she cares. You're on lunch break. I hope you're having a good lunch. Are you all right? Why aren't you saying anything? Okay. Sorry, I was double checking the microphone though, if it was working properly. What's the point, eh? Waikoto... Oh, god dang it. God, I'm dying. If this seems like more than usual, I'm extremely tired. Both physically and mentally. This is gonna be a fun stream. More Peach sound effects for the soundboard. Why got all this trouble and fight so hard? Oh, hi. Could you hand me a microphone for this? I just saw the door open and one of the Fae brings me in an ice pack. Oh my god, I'm losing my mind today. Oh god, my nose is stuffy too. Thank you. Thank you. They come in walking in like slightly like a creeper. They're hunched over holding up the ice pack with like 2 fingers. Oh my god. Understandable, the repair gnomes are draining from what I hear. Exactly. The repair gnomes, the maintenance gnomes have been kind of a pain in the butt. Because it was a lot of back and forth trying to figure things out, because as you know, this cottage is not necessarily owned by me, it's owned by the forest. Or owned by the Fae and I. So there's a lot of loops and not loops, lots of hoops to jump through to get things fixed. And come to find out there are certain things that we can do by ourselves that we didn't know before that we know now. So it's been a tough couple days, couple weeks. Imagine you playing a horror game at night and the Fae scares you. They have never done that before. The only time that they have actually ever opened the door was to let the cats inside. But in this case, I've had it to where they brought food in, because it's either that they'll text me and say, hey, I got you food. Do you want it now or do you want it later? Sometimes they'll bring it in. But in this case, I guess they're listening to the stream and decided to grab me an ice pack. Well, you saw it, that picture. The picture could be doctored. What picture? Oh, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think he would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. There could be reasoning behind it. We don't know. Sure, it looks incriminating at first, but we can have context put to it and figure that out. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Oh shoot, I forgot my ice pack. I'm on my way! I don't... I am well loved. I am well loved by the Fae. Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've gotta have your doubts about me now. You still can't think I'm innocent. Well, I mean, other evidence still tells me otherwise. Of course I can. Look at the little pouch he has going on. Little tiny baby. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. The phase spider senses were tingling. Yes. They're very perceptive. I'm hoping that maybe I should... I'll just keep an eye on my phone. I'm hoping that we don't get another random text message from the gnomes saying, "Oh, we're actually coming today," even though they probably shouldn't. If it's going to be like a long-winded fix for the AC, because I'm pretty sure they're gonna have to turn the entirety of the system off, which is gonna be fun. So depending. The stream may or may not happen tomorrow, depending on if they decide, hey, we're gonna come today. We'll see what happens. It's annoying, but I mean, what can you do? It's got to get fixed, especially before the height of summer, when it starts getting really hot. It was after we had dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. By the way, is your friend doing well that was in the hospital? Yes, they have been very well since then. They still have their own issues, but they're a lot perkier than they were before. They're sort of going back to their former self, which is very much a good thing. I don't think that they've had any other scares since then, other than stuff that they were already dealing with beforehand. Yeah, they're doing great. I'm happy for them. I think they also recently had a birthday. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep, so I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1 to Windabank's place. I had to know if Iris's story was there or not. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah, she was just doing this all for Iris. I don't know what's it about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes doesn't like or don't like. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windabank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windabank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? Don't boob my nose! Don't boob my nose. I'll bite you. You put your fingy too close, I'll bite it. I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wig, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Was it Windabank that found her first? I think so. I nearly died, I did, and next thing I knew... Oh yeah, the picture took. I grabbed the gun off the counter and it was waving in the air like I don't know what. Oh no, the snail will nibble me. Don't be mean to me. Why are you being so mean? Oh my goodness. You're the girl who was in there this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script, have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon. The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see its ear, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Shom's really ponded here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? See, it was actually a very calm exchange. She just got scared and thought that something worse could have happened. So then the old cub unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there all right, the mantle script. Shomas weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brother is arriving on the scene, yes. And we know basically what transpires after. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars, convention here tonight that I don't know about? He seems awfully calm for somebody who usually points a gun at himself. Even worse, the mecha will use all its hydraulics. You'll be lucky to keep that finger. Do I even have enough energy to even move on the hydraulics? Watch, my jaw will pop first and it'll be a bad time for me more than for you. That's a slow death getting nibbled by a snail. Can you imagine one singular snail trying to hide a body? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... No, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. See, he was trying to protect her, too. With that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I am back in the storeroom, like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... That's 2 shots at the same time. I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quickly, as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Winnebank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to grab the old cub's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Winnebank was a goner. That's probably around the time that she fainted because she saw all the blood, too. Oh, snaps, the maintenance gnomes had to steal Peach's power source. She hasn't been able to recharge in 3 days. That's what it really feels like. I feel like I haven't been sleeping much at all, but I know that one of the other days that I was supposed to help with the cats and everything, I just passed out for the majority of the day, but it didn't feel like I actually slept. Yeah, if all goes well and we have stream tomorrow, I'll talk all about it. And then we'll also talk about, like, you know, aches and pains. Because yesterday was not great. She felt dizzy, and after that, I don't remember nothing. It must be when you passed out, Gina. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cub might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Because they don't want to give somebody who's a pickpocket the benefit of the doubt. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Ruda's about to put the real culprit out through the mill. We're gonna make him the cereal. We're gonna murder. The cove was there in the afternoon. That Egbert Benedict. Yeah, we think it's Egbert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. Ew, don't do that. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. We're gonna have to look at his gestures to see if he also looks like he's in pain, because he'll probably show us that he's been shot. Yeah, Benadryl cucumber. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands now, Jenny. I hope she'll believe me after this. Mr. Naraodo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. Well, we've spent some time together. I figured out your personality real quick. You may be a pickpocket, but you do it for a living. So you can live. And help the other children in that area that you live in, too. We know that you wouldn't downright go to murder. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGill did. We told you a whole pack of lies. Yeah, but you were also very much blackmailed at that point. Your livelihood was blackmailed. The children were blackmailed. You got the Bogtrotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. Yeah, they have to do what they have to do to survive. There's really no, like, ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's either that they resort to something that is what is considered to be morally wrong, but if you gotta live, you gotta live. If you have the will to live, you gotta find the means to do so. Is everything working today? The computer is working now. The AC is still kaput. I think the only real update that we had with the AC is that they found out that there are wires inside the units that are burned out or burned. So it's still not fixed yet. They were supposed to come yesterday. They did not show up, nor did they give like an additional warning, say, hey, we can't make it today. It was thunderstorming to be honest. But there should have been at least common courtesy that they weren't going to show up through it, like at least a text message. So we haven't heard anything today, and hopefully maybe something might happen tomorrow. I don't know. You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. Also, I'm on very low energy right now, so my reading comprehension and my brain power is probably going to be even worse than usual. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Basically twice. Not the second one wasn't in a trial, though. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who done it. Oh, Runo. It's even worse, Cyrus, because it was your papa, was my professor. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Who's now dead. But we'll gloss over that. No one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. They really need to stop killing important characters in Ace Attorney games. They really need to let us just have these wonderful characters live a longer time. I'm so glad though that he's dead, but he's not forgotten. He's always here, just like Mia. We just can't talk to him like we can with Mia. Sadly, I must away at this point. I wish you happy lawyering. Have a wonderful stream and good luck with your gnomes. Thank you. Good luck with the gnomes. Yeah, his fate was sealed the moment that we knew that he was the mentor. They can't live long. We have to get the ragtag bunch instead of the one that's level-headed. I was so happy I cried, but even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious. Oh my god, there's such a cute pairing, really. That he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. I mean, your husbands, you should. Since then, I came to realize if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. They're in love, Your Honor. If only. Watch them someday whenever they make new Ace Attorney games, if ever. They actually have like 2 main characters that are actually like very much a couple. Like they're trying to hide it, but they're hiding it poorly. Even though I'm a diver and a no good liar, just because you're that doesn't mean you're a murderer. You're not like McGilded, I know that. Oh my god, my voice cracked a little bit, I'm so sorry. That's right, you're our friend, Ginny. This is a way to tug at your heartstrings. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. See, you also, like I said earlier, you were doing this entirely for Iris. You can't be a bad person if you were trying to figure out if somebody was lying to Iris or not. That's all we really need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, I mean, Aw, Gina. Jenny. Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. It's time to get back into court for Eggs Benedict. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. We got this. We can do this. We can do this. I've been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Wish me luck, Susato-san. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. I kind of hope that this is not too long so we can finish this today. 17th April, 1:41 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Here we go. Where's Egbert Benedict? I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Venzies, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Unfortunate. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. Bailiff, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Here we go. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. There he is! Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it's my pleasure to oblige. Upstanding member of society. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, communications officer. Ashley Graydon. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what this is all about. Frickin' Egbert Benedict, and now known as Ashley. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. I mean, we're not gonna put it past that you were trying to steal somebody else's stuff beforehand. I mean, come on. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Grayson. Graydon? You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Oh my god, he's still gonna be doing his dancing thing. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Oh my goodness. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Wait, are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Be careful, you're gonna hit his fish and chips! Then it would seem that we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea, some small consolation at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are... Oh, I see, you're gonna feign ignorance. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer, we have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So... Are you making me hold your hat now? Goodness. I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while doing so. Oh, why'd you toss your hat aside? You didn't want to be Doug Dimmadome anymore? Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Press. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. I mean, you were quite suspect at the time, too. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Egbert Look at the little guy in the corner. He's just blushing away, looking at the maid. The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such an unrelated question. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. It's gonna be difficult, isn't it? So he's going to be evasive, is he, in an effort not to give away anything? Or anything away. This could be tricky. We gotta catch him on a slip-up. Oh, he's staring... He's staring at him now. Goodness. Oh my god. Does he also think he's pretty? I thought he was still looking at the maid. He was... but you're seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? Yeah. Have you seen these two men before? This pair. No, I don't associate with criminals. The obvious, I'm not looking at you so you don't see me. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. They turned back so quickly. What the heck? I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in black. This is a farce. There's nothing more embarrassing than you, sir. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work at a British court anyway? Are you trying to change this topic of subject here? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Were you, where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire, certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. I can't help but think about sister location when I hear this name. I know! I see what you were trying to type there, and I will autocorrect it for you. Thank you, Eggs Benedict. You're able to prove that.
Objection!
Ah. Listen carefully, my learny putties friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What? I feel like that's a very valid question. It's like, where were you on the night of the murder? That's a very valid question there, sir. The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Yes, he does. What are you, stupid? If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You don't think that he can just at least say something and then I can say otherwise? Goodness. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. I hate you. What? What the heck? A silent victory wiggle? Oh my god. A victory wiggle. That's so weird. Even if certain parties here present claims that my blood was found at the scene, maybe we can get one of them to poke him. He would, for somebody who's also moving around the way that he is. Does it look like he has a gunshot wound? I can't really tell anymore. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. That's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? I can be sure that the blood is mine. It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well-renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Shut up, don't point out my flaws. A great detective, you say. Now, we're in the realms of fairy tales, are we? What the heck are you blushing at for?
Excuse me.
Pursuit, are you okay, sir? I do have a fever? Or do you just like blush at the sight of pretty things? Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What? Me? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. The taller Mr. Skulkin. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you? Yes, I know you're not big bruv sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Sir? The blimey, Governor, you what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have them done. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. We went through, what went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking. If he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up that wound again, that's all. They're both a bunch of nincompoops. Oh my goodness. What? I love that they're still blushing the entire time this is happening, because I know that's for the maid. But they're also looking at Eggs Benedict here. And he's worried about the wound. He didn't even have to look like he had a wound. This butthole is just gonna say that he did. What wound? Where he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. Oh my goodness. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, if you guys didn't know each other, how'd you know he got shot 2 days ago? Oh, L's bells. They're also in love. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Oh, look at that. Now you're holding your arm. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Say that without holding your arm. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. You want to take off your jacket and show me your arm? Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Oh, I mean, you just gotta take off your jacket. What do you mean invasion of privacy? It's not like we're asking you to show us your nipples. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibake's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Look at the furrow of that eyebrow. Okay, we press this. The bottom line is I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment. What was this thing the other day, Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. You were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. No, I mean, with our boy here, he remembers because he took you guys away. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? You better not lie. Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself at the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. Oh, are you having, like, oh, the higher-up said no? I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. Oh, but you're lying anyway, you butthole. What's going on here? Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a startling resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. I mean, you can't really, with that, prove that he was going in there to redeem an article other than finding an armchair. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. Are you holding... I hope your fish and chips are cold and stale. I hope that the chips are floppy. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving his testimony about it? About what happened? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. Not the floppy chips. He's being unreasonable. I hope his fish is cold and undercooked, and I hope the chips are floppy. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. So we should take a gander. Redemption ticket issued from the pawnbrokery owned by the victim, Mr. Windibank, in the form of some handwritten notes. This is the one for the small box, 10 shillings. And we have... I want the bloodstain for the overcoat. maybe we can utilize. Oh, whoopsies! Holy crap! I did not mean to do that. I hate looking at the court record and accidentally presenting things. Whoopsies! I'm so sorry. Okay, let's save. That was completely unintentional. What does strike me as a... I'm so sorry. Turn my head and come to a different angle. I just wanted to look at the court record. Maybe there's a possibility that we might be able to use the time frame, the redemption timeline, but... That's the other one. That's the McGilded case. It's the 2 guns. Where's the... Yeah, for McGilded. A metal disc used to play music in a music box. Ugh. I didn't get a chance to look at the bullet up close. This is the bullet that was fired from the Skulkin brothers' gun on the night of the incident. So it turns out it never actually entered Hurley's body at all. Thanks to the thick leather of that pouch he was wearing, it saved him. Hurley's always lucky like that. Well, considering what he had to go through in the hospital, I wonder how lucky he really was. Well, I mean, he's lucky enough that he didn't die, so... Poor Hurley. Is there anything else to look at, or is it just in general that this is just... Okay. Talking about how lucky Hurley is. Don't think that there's anything else to look at that. This again, the blood smear. Probably from somebody's fingertip. Well deduced, but not just somebody's fingertip, Mr. Benedict's fingertip. The man dressed in all white. Yes, it happened that afternoon in Windibanks. Gina tried to snatch this disc out of the man's hands, and the sharp little bumps cut his thumb. So the lesson is, if somebody tries to grab a music box disc from you, let go quickly. The lesson is, don't snatch things, surely. Look at that letter. For McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple of months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, or rather mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's the question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Hi, Legend. Oh my god, it's 86.4 degrees in here. Thank goodness one of the Fae grabbed the ice pack for me. Oh god, it's leaking. There's ice condensation on the outside and just like some water over the side. Maybe I should have asked for 2. Hold on. Let me utilize the paper towel I have here to soak up some of this condensation water. There you go. Leave that there. What else could there possibly be to look at? Maybe I need to press all of this stuff again first before I take another close look at things. Rising diagonal trajectory. Colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder. And outrageous. Homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. We could present the disc at that point, but there's also the possibility of bringing up the ticket. I can't get over the smaller Skulkin brother just looking at Graydon. Yeah, he did have something to do with it. He was there for the disc. Exactly, exactly. So I think we could either use the pawnbroker's ticket, but I think it would probably be better to use the music disc, because technically it's his blood that's on there. Let's see what happens. I've already saved beforehand. Oh, here we go. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Ms. Gina Lestrade, this afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I'd never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on this disc. Yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right, the surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to make it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Another of him saying, "You're not gonna get me to take my gloves off. That's an invasion of my privacy." Mr. Graydon, you refuse to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. They're not going to say something like along the lines of like, this man has a twin. Well, it would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Oh, look at him already hiding his hand behind him. Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? Oh, he's still gonna go with that route when we can say it was Mr. McGilded and the fact that we had the ticket. It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Take your clothes off, Graydon. He doesn't want to strip for the courtroom. We're only asking to see his hand. Just take off your glove and your jacket. You still have your vest, your undershirt, your button-up shirt, your pants, your undies. You don't have to take off everything. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that McGilded and yourself are acquainted? Acquainted? Yes, that's correct. I love how he's leaning on the cane now, with the arm that's injured. I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hand on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. What shenanigans are you gonna give me this time? There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. I love how he's I love how he's doing that motion even though he doesn't have his hat on. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand. Which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the to the broker in question. Your black coat, fine black coat? That's covered in blood. And you ripped because it doesn't fit you? Your fine black overcoat. The thing is, we don't have that in our... You know, I'm actually kind of disappointed that we don't have that in our evidence. And Ginny is also not wearing the coat. You claim that that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on it that reads, for McGilded. I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced upon. Supposedly. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. The redemption ticket was stolen from me. So, let's go ahead and save. Since we're in the second set of cross-examination.
Hold it!
Go ahead and press everything. So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent, Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that sentence, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's why you brought. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Yes, my lord. Why does it feel like he's more on his side than my side this time? Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Okay.
Hold it!
Explain my situation and redeem the article. Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purpose of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Not like before. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently, the police are collecting anything that has that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence.
Excuse me.
Ooh. Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. Oh, no, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. He is a villain, isn't he? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Are you also getting blackmailed, sir? The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Ah, so you don't want to testify in court. I get it, okay. What's this all about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. This is suspicious. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was a common or garden bric-a-brac. Bric-a-brac? In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. Oh, the small box. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Yeah, there was a small box, which could have been another music plate, but I don't think so. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it that Witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Grexy's being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. So, we don't have the box, but we know that the box exists. So we could utilize save. We could utilize the other ticket to show the other small box. Because this one, it says redemption deadline was the 13th at 9 p.m. The other one was the 15th at 9:30 p.m. So this box itself would have been already put back onto the shelf. Because the day in question is the day that they had this happen too, for 15th April, 10:30 p.m. Okay, let's try it.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Making progress. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windibanks. As this, second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windibanks pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Eee. This is the second ticket, is it? What had that man deposited? The article description reads one small box. Rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke in to the pawnbrokery with these two clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are more adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means, for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night. Does it? Oh. It seems to put an end to this, or it's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windbank's pawnbrokery. How do you know? It's a small box in a sea of trinkets. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Ow. Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic print to the records, if you please. Oh yes, let me see more evidence. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, Ms. Gilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the front shop, or shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. Oh, it's a music box, is it? Is that what I just saw? And then here we have another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. At 2 a.m. I see, so we have two why is such the long difference in between times? 11 p.m. and 2 a.m.? Though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. What is missing? 11 p.m. and 2 a.m. Is there anything actually missing? Also, that's the smallest sun hat I've seen. It doesn't look like anything's missing, though I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. Yes, I think something might have moved in the photo, but I couldn't tell at that point in time. So your men have already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector. Yes, sir. I'm gonna take another gander in between. What moved? The green box didn't move, the blue box, which is the music box, didn't move. On the bottom shelf to the far right side? Oh! I do see it. The small, cylindrical box. I see. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. See, exactly the same number, but that does not mean that something could have been taken out of said boxes. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Yeah, submit that into evidence. Let me see that up close. If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box. Look at that victory wiggle. I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these two photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Something was moved, though. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? No. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints somewhere? Yeah, point out a discrepancy. I see it. Thanks to Sai's eagle eyes. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy you speak of. Right here.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Yeah, always not very observant. When you see the two pictures stereoscopically... Look at that fancy box. It's not cylindrical. Huh. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. I'm still so happy that he does that. Let me... Oh, wait. Unbelievable. He's just... Yeah, they definitely can't have fancy cross-eyed. What if he's just taking the stereoscopic thing that I have in my own hands and utilizing it himself? By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact, yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints?
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? And? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. Yeah, but who could have opened the box and taken something inside, you goober? Well, that may be true, but all right, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But that doesn't change the fact that it was moved like that. Moved like that changed things. It does change things because there could have been possibility that somebody took what was inside said box. Because I highly doubt that there wasn't anything inside the box and it was just a box. It changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Maybe it's like whatever is in the box is what's needed for the music disc and vice versa, that the two can't work together without each other. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of the evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objections, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it here for further examination. Beep. God, is this actually a turning point? Oh, yeah. We're locked eyes. Don't stare at me like that. The three-way staring contest. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, pardon, Lord Venzeeks. This is nothing but a smoke screen, a Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intention was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. You don't know. That's your own speculation and hearsay. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Here's how I have no idea how many cups of wine he has had. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of this trial. Conclusion? I think that's what I said. Conclusion. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established that he was a upstanding member of society and his reputation. He was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I proposed a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Can you start calling me learned friend? I need to start, Rudeness needs to start using that more often as well. Which I think he kind of is, but I don't know how much of a stab back it is. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets in a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept it, except even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Wait, didn't she say it was yours, though? If it was gold or jewels. But he just stated that it was his, not that McGilded put it in the pawnbrokery. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Oh my god. Why does he never have to prove anything, but I have to prove everything? Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court, at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's arguments was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. That would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. How is nobody not hearing me say this? But Ginny, could it be that Van Zeek knows? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he's anticipated everything? But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Oh my god, I have to, Oh, fudge a duck. I mean, we could wait for the box and then have the box be completely insignificant, but also it would be putting Gina on the spot if we have her testify, but I could bolster her testimony, but Van Ziek seems to be, like always, a formidable opponent. Fudge. I think we should have Gina testify, but I think that's the only thing that we can really do. Is why the heck would we leave it? I don't see a point in leaving it. I think the only thing that we can do is have Gina testify. Let's do that. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? Well, the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box. I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. Because she might know more about the actual music box and what McGilded said, not necessarily the lie, or like bringing to light the lies that she put forth. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you consider the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Oh boy, I'm scared. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. I mean, there's no way that we're not going to get a not guilty verdict, so. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Sir, you don't have a hat on? Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. Ah, as you wish. We can't have him running away. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Okay. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windibanks pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, I remember this young lady being brought before me in the trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial, facing each other once more. A twist of fate, or twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponi's friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Also, bringing Gina Lestrade up to the witness stand also helps with the helps it make sense with the evidence that Susato left us with her McGilded case notes book. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. But be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Perhaps you would tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to persecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him, please. You have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity is sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out, like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Oh, here we go. The real truth of the omnibus case. The truth is that Brickmaster Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was brought into the court just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong. The lot of you, Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, didn't even know nothing. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get this man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Miss Gilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Oh, I've been upgraded. Given the depths of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Here we go. There are jobs on the line. What the heck is he doing? Is he voguing? Is he looking the other way? His back's turned toward us. The real truth of the omnibus case. Is he trying not to show his expressions so he doesn't get in trouble?
Hold it!
Okay. You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black underneath there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talk a lot. What were they talking about? Can you change the perspective to look at him? I think I... What the dookie? What are you whispering about? We didn't say that he could stay. We didn't say anybody else but, Egbert Benedict could stay. What the fudge is going on here? What are you two whispering about? What are you in cahoots with each other? Can I pursue if there's nothing here to pursue? It looks like they're having quite the secret conversation. What you doing here? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? I can. Inspector Mr. Graydon. Blimey, you're trying to give me a heart attack? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is this discussion about? Baby man. Hi. I have both cats are still in here. Baby boy. Hold on, I'm gonna text one of the Fae to see if he wants out. Thanks. Thanksy boy. These two conspiring buttholes. Right there. Okay. A discussion with this fella. Pull the other one. Pull the other one, Sunshine? You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? I don't know. You both were locking eyes there. Oh, he went out so quickly. They were both whispering to each other. What, were you planning to kiss? Share with the court. I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. Why do you... God, you guys sound like you're, like... This sounds like a couple's argument. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Hmm? You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, I'm sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. Fudge. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seated... Okay. Let's see. Go back. Okay.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yes, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could that disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but Mick Gilded picked it up pretty smartish, and that's... And then he set the cove with a knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at the time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared the way he looked at me. I thought if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived and that, and he asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Rapping? All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me head, and then a pair of, that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with a knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. Poor Beppo! Beppo's so gold. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly. Got my eyes on you two. Graham will not be being sneaky again. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. That pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful like before, handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it is gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over that price after that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face and he went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Threatened you? How exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was... he told me I have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug to stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windibanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Yeah, because the thing was covered in blood somehow that you can't really see unless you utilize Iris's and Herlock's tincture? The experiment to see the different colored blood? That and the music box disc. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I lugged it before the coppers showed up. Yeah, it was covered in the brickmaker's blood, which we don't have the actual coat, but in the court record for the blood samples... Oh, I thought we did! God dang it! Oh, wait, actually... Object pawnbroker's ticket coat. No. No, we don't actually have the coat, which I don't understand why we don't have the coat, and she's also not wearing the coat, so... We're gonna have to reestablish that, probably. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Gina has really put her faith in you, Runo. Yes, and thanks to her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once the trial is over. So I need to use this time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Okay. Okay, from the beginning. Where is the coat? Is it still at the police station? And you were hiding in the cabin as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment under the seats, is this gonna be any different? Pitch black under there so you can't see. 2 months ago. That's what he told me I had to say, but it's important you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded the victim acquaintances? I already did this one. But it doesn't seem any different. But I did hear him talking a lot. I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say... I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying or not buying. Here we go. That's additional information. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. Okay. So there's gonna be additional information after that. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. Well, we said more! I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus, a negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I don't know what's, what. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cub died after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The box. The box is here. Oh god. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Oh my god, what if it's nothing? And then we get to deal with the back and forth of this case. Oh my god. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh god, I hope so. I hope that's the case. I'm not even sure. To be continued? Oh, so we still have some time yet. Save. Oh my goodness. That's a pretty fancy box, too. So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. I'm scared. What if it's... Oh my god, it's the player for the music disc. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Oh? Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Then that would make this a custom thing, because that's a small box for how big the disc is. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited at Windibank's at much the same time. No, not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of the victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Also, if it was already pawned for the music box, why was the disc after the fact? Huh. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. How? It's just a music box. How is it gonna be an SOS signal? Is it gonna be some sort of, what's it? It's also, Kruka Gamer, thank you for subscribing. Is it, what are we gonna gain from listening to a music box? Is it gonna be similar to, like, listening to, oh, like the communications officers with the, what's it called? I can't even remember exactly what the actual term is it. Because it's not cryptograph. It's the beeping. I don't remember what it's called. Yeah, Morse code. Thank you. Will this be like Morse code? And the lady in the jury box is gonna know it? Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Oh. Wait, my lord. Oh, freaking Gregson. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need, to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. I think you're getting a little too riled up there, Gregson. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in the case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Oh, the fish and chips. There's gonna be ants in this courtroom later. No further delays. Please play the disc. Please just let this be Morse code and not something weird. Oh, that disc is actually smaller than I thought. Oh, it is Morse code. Oh my god. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Oh, and oh god, he knows too, because he's a communications officer. Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. You knew Wiggle. This is what he wanted to know. After all that, the music box is broken. No, it's not. It's doing Morse code. Broken? It can't be. Can it? He's laughing because he knows it. Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised. Can we talk to the jury, please? I want to talk to that one lady. If the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. And Zeeks, you know too, don't you? Are you ready to move on, counsel? No. No. I'm gonna save. There's absolutely no way you can move on for that. What do you mean? I get that we were trying to establish, oh, it's just a music box that's broken. It's not playing the music correctly. That's Morse code. If you're putting all the hints together, we got 2 communications officers in this place. Yes, all right. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could the music emanating from the music box possibly be a clue? Yes, it is a clue. There's only 2 people here that know Morse code, supposedly. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I failed to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. Well, Graydon stands there chortling victoriously. The inspector besides him has a rather telling expression on his face. Oh, so he knows Morse code too. It's as if Gretson recognizes the sound as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nippon-ese friend, answer me this. Can I say it's Morse code outright? I wonder if it's actual, like, proper Morse code. It would be hilariously funny if somebody who does know Morse code listens and knows exactly what the message is. Baby girl, do you want freedom? Do you want freedom too? Both of my cats are leaving me. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is. Here she goes. Both cats have left me. Broken, an unusual... It's not even music. It's not supposed to be music. It's a message. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Ah, he knows I know, and he knows he knows. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Why did that sound like Hinoi Minoi for the freaking SpongeBob drawing? I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Oh, making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection.
Oh, well, he has rubbed off on me. The sound we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they're not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponiese friend. Is Morse code something that's typically used in Japan around this time frame? Does he know what Morse code is? Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-informed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo, I think I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. Is it in the court record yet? No. And I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Yes, these are some expensive Morse code plates. All right, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Well, just look at the lady in the jury box. Why hasn't she said anything? Oh? Ah. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this on this music box. This music box makes. Yes, because she has it in the room. It's actually very hilarious that she works in that place. Very convenient. In addition, that she has the little Morse code thing in there too. My goodness. Who chose these jurors? Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now, tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Turn to the juror box. All right then. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial, and if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this on this music box disc is... Oh my god, I have to put it... Oh yes, the communications bit. Ooh, is that what I need? Is it the paper that Iris brought? Ironically?
Take that!
I didn't mean to do that right away, but that's what I'm doing, apparently. Whoopsies. Well, no, let's not save in this case. Today's paper counsel. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pickpurse Plunder, hardly supportive of your cause. Flip it over! No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Ministry mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. There we go. There it is. There it is. She's basically been... She's been working at the speed of light. Who are you sending messages to, by the way? Oh, stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. Oh, the reason why she didn't hear is because she has the headphones on and is listening to something else. Pay attention. Pay attention to the courtroom. The particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? Hmm? Oh. You don't mean to say, is it... That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. What'd it say? What'd it say, juror? Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams for government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yeah, this whole room just heard it. It's not great. That's not good. That's not good at all. Please, everyone, order. But this is high treason, counsel, deserving of capital punishment. Too much new vocabulary. What is treason and what is capital punishment? The sort of words I'd half expect you to know. For sovereign governments, confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? Okay, what's gonna stop us at this point? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Oh? I was half expecting you to put your foot on the table. Then by all means counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. In response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. We need to get Gregson out of this courtroom. He's just gonna be conspiring with Mr. Eggy here. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank, that being a most litigious offense for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then let us proceed. You may. What? Me? Who? Who said hold it? You gotta let us have rabbit and pork here, Governor, if we've got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the three Skulkin brothers. Are they actually not? Are you sure you're not related? Are you actually sure you're not related? A bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. God, we got all four of them back on here. Graydon's counter. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. We all we done is break into the gaff the other night, what he told us to do. If we'd known that there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Oh, are they gonna go against him? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What Mr. will do, Governor? What's up? Something tells me he does have relations to the man. I wouldn't... I feel like that could be a big possibility. Why don't I have his profile in my thing anymore? It's similar hair color and eye color. If that says anything. Do I take it that you now admit to the crime, that on the night in question you did indeed gate entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? You can't go back on your word now. You've already said it. We did, Gov. We did. Oh my goodness. Quentin, quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. No, they're not friends. They were hired. And if you're about to throw them under the bus, they're definitely gonna throw you under the bus, good sir. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. Also, if it's supposedly not... Is it like a Morse code, but secret code as well? Because she didn't say exactly what the Morse code said. Is there a possibility that you have to know something previously, like Egbert Benedict here? I will have it admitted to the court record as evidence. The strange music box only appears to be able to play a single note. It was deposited at Winterbanks 2 days before the black overcoat. I would like to take a look at this. Oh my god. Okay, let's take a lookie. Look how pretty. What is that? Is there another one underneath? Oh. What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Oh, you're right. Well, come on then. What are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right then, here goes. Oh, is this another mech? There's two sides. This is a double-sided box. Look at that. There's another movement on the other. Wait, hold on. Another what? So does that mean you can set another disc to play on this backside? You have to utilize two discs to figure out what the Morse code is? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. The second disc. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. God, having to cross their eyes to look at two different pictures at the same time was very much foreshadowing for this. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. Oh, sorry, I smacked my microphone. What the heck? Who'd have thought there would be a second movement under, on the underside of the box? This movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement is only produces a single tone like the other one? Yes, it must do. It must be so. Except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. To the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone that we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. Oh, do we have to figure out which music disc goes on which side too? A music box that can only play two notes. What the fudge? Can we move it to the other side? See how the 4 McGilded disc sits? Sits in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. Shouldn't we remove that off of there? Are we sure that it's not playing the entirety of what it needs to be playing because of the note there? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. So there's no question then the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. Which we just sort of did. There's something else about this. Okay. This is the mechanism that turns bumps on the disc into sounds, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth of the comb are different lengths, so it's hitting the nubs on okay, that's true. But what if we had to play both at the same time and utilize the one that Herlock brought, or when Herlock created the indentation of this one, do we have to play two at the same time? But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are the exact same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will play or will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like that before. Yes, it is strange. A music box that can only play a single note. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Yeah, the second disc would be different. Have we seen a different disc though? Second movement. It's the same thing that we talked about before. Because we don't have a secondary music disc yet. Okay. Did the thing update saying that there was 2? No? Is there something else I needed to look at before that? Or maybe I have to wait to look at this again when somebody admits that there's another disc. Because sometimes looking at these things too early can have it not go off. Okay, so we know that's there. Let's get with the cross-examination. Give it a save. I'm gonna drink some more water. Okay. Okay. Start with the first one.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh, no, stop. Oh, no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Grayson is the team leader. Ah, so he is higher on the totem pole. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idle. Stop. So you had access to equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Says the person that got really excited when he heard the taps of this specific music disc. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Oh my, she's exposing all of his lies. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technician and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the cipher cracking convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Oh, he's gonna murder her if he gets away with this. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. Let's see if she says something about that too. They're not. To anyone with a brain that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box even for a few seconds. I am slowly but surely disintegrating. My brain and my vocal cords do not want to attach to each other and is having a great time. Or maybe that there's not even anything to attach together because it's all nonsense. Of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Oh yeah, you did all of your fancy new technologies. Of course I may or may not know what Morse code is. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. Oh, I love you, juror number 5. A lesson here in court? A Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Where's the other disc? Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. When you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same in everything. This is when we establish that the box has two sides. There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. He knows half of it, though. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in the future. Oh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be possible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Yes. And we're gonna give it a try because we know that the music box has an additional compartment. But we can't establish that until just now. So I think that probably it says it's impossible might also have a different route. There's still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least. Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Yes. Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. I hope you're sweating under your suit there. I hope that that you get so sweaty and so hot to the point that you actually take off your jacket and reveal the gunshot wound to your arm. You had better present your idea at once, Council. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single note, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Down below. And we open it here. I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. We'll open it then. What are you waiting for? Get it open. There we go. Look at that. There's another movement on the other side. But does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time. And we present... Oh, good gracious. What am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? Oh. Aha. It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in the music box. The sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well... God, I'm already proving so much information, but now I have to really prove that there's a second disc somewhere. What if it's just both the same disc and the one is just playing a slightly different tone? Once again, I am the overachiever. Or forced to be the overachiever. May I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago striking a deal over the disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly, I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. That's a lie. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Okay, we press this. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? In addition, also calling him... He had, what, thrice fired Mason? If nobody knew him all that well, how'd the title come to be? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. Also, I want to look at something real quick. This might be just a silly thing to think about. Oh. Oh, I can't see his vest from here. Okay. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Don't there... I know this is kind of silly to... It's like you see his vest, right? Like the colors and the design of his vest. And if you look at Thrice Fired Mason's scarf there, doesn't it look eerily familiar? Doesn't it look eerily the same? Are those two related other than just thinking that their hair color and eye color are the same? Are you father and son? Are you related? If you have nothing more to add to that note of Wisconsin, and if I could link evidence. Okay. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. It'd be hilarious if it turns out to be his dad or something. It seems like it could be. And I think that there is a high possibility just by, like, visual cues alone. Because this game likes to do that a lot to you. It's like the small details that actually bring certain things to light. There's a high possibility they're related. Okay, press everything. Like Mr. Graydon told you to do. Do you mean... that's it. Yeah, who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over from a natter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Wait, you knew? Which is popping in for a natter after all them years? What? So they knew each other for a while, eh, Ash? Ah. So... there's also another high possibility that if these guys are not living in like the best conditions, and this guy is possibly related to Thrice Fired Mason, it could be that he left the living conditions that he was in to be a better person, so he was not considered to be a commoner anymore. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Ringo, do you have something to say? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Who? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just wondering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together with Mr. Graydon, you mean? Maybe he was always called Egbert Benedict. Yeah, Wafash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when we was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Ah, I see. That's so. But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Gore blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. That wasn't Thrice-Fired Mason's name similar to that effect? He's not currently in... Where was that? Hold on. Where did I read that? There it is. Mason Milverton. That's it. Okay. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. That was a corker, eh? Now we have established the relation. Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Boy, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And what we was answering. Yeah, we didn't do nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be Yes. Add it to the testimony. We know what this is. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin's never skulkin'. Skulk. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run. Gore, them were the days. I'm sure you're going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. How's that a scheme? That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. What's the catch? What's the milk? I suppose, since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate. The business name, please. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon here involved. Ah, yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever clogs like you would have... Ah, here's your hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't interrupt testimony. How dare you, the audacity. He was just about to explain something to me. Why don't you put some duct tape over your lips? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the Appius of Ohms that one came from. Oh my god, the fruit automatically resetting. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. It took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? I have the connection. Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Yes. Very well, yes. Established. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton and frickin' changed to Egbert Benedict for his cover name. The information could change things and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. A telegraph operator at the Central Communications Station whose last name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. There we go. Now we have to figure out where we established said connection. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago in the break-in at Windbanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus. It was in the omnibus with McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Now, we could go with it was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man, so save here. And then we have an established bit. I wonder if I could repress this first. Let's see. So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. Okay. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scene in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and a well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Do I do the I can't do the profile because I can't. I probably had to use the profile after the fact. Okay. Okay. So, items. Present. I could possibly use the McGilded case notes. Because the McGilded case notes has Milverton in the name, and then we would probably use the established bit of the profile after the fact. Yes, yes.
Objection.
Let's see. Mr. Ashley Oh, there we go. We probably don't even need to use the profile. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord, and as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaster. That's right. Only Mason wasn't his sure name at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say Saints Alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaster, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I love that I put these two together even though we hadn't established his name yet. Oh my god, I'm so happy for that. My brain is still kind of working. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. I got this idea from not even having the personal profile up on here. But looking at this man's face, his eye color, his hair color, and the fact that his scarf is so glaringly the same as Ashley's vest and like the trim of his coat. What the heck? How is my brain not able to read text properly, but I can pick up on that cue? What is this? How is this possible that my brain works in this way, not in other ways? And selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Oh, look at that twirl. Is your arm okay there, sir? Is it bleeding at all? The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of this situation, you appeared at Windbanks 2 days ago in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. He's holding his arm again. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Oh, so it was there the entire time, but who took it? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windibank was killed. So they took the first one, but they wanted the other one. Interesting. They took the first one back, but couldn't find the other one due to it being a different due to it being a different item that was pawned to Windibank. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. Why would they leave the music box behind, though? I rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I was thinking a weasel out of this one. He probably has something in there. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Oh, his arm's bleeding. His arm's bleeding. Yes. Sir. Sir, your arm. That appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh. I feel like you should have done your theater charade of doing a lovely twirl a moment ago. I think you ripped your stitches, sir. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Iris, you need to get him with the pink powder, the pink juice, the pink smoke. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quirks and croak, I reckon. I don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was fooled to think I could trust some common backsome thieves. Sir, are you sure you're not talking about yourself? Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Yeah, but what's your butt? What's the butt moment? Oh, but that is all. I meant to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. You still have the energy to do this? As God is my witness, I'm sure I recalled nothing of the sort. He's going to go down without a fight. Or he's not going to go down without a fight, not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is... Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. So now we've established that it was Ashley's gun that killed Mr. Windibank. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness. Yes. That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
He's such a gentle hold it. Please have a... Please have a funny reveal like the last lady who literally had chickens around Even though she had swan, or a swan attached to her hat, please do something crazy. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communication station. But, did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I were at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see. Oh, but wait, how can we trust you? You've lied this entire time. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. And? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. So are we gonna say and like really just like have the thought process of the man who's selling government secrets? Are we really gonna take his word for it that our client is the one that shot Windibank when he's the one who's selling government secrets and had to get the government secret back? Are you serious? Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. God, how much longer is this? Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Do we really have to do this? Oh my God. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. I hope you pass out from blood loss. How much longer is this case? I was hoping to be browning ground meat by now. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Not at the angle he was shot. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Ah. I see. But we don't have the jacket for this bit of the information. Well, we know it's not his blood, but his father's blood that's on the jacket. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Why would she... Okay, question. What sort of nonsense of throwing... If she did do that, why would you throw the gun at the peephole? What's the point? Wouldn't you use that to protect yourself too? What? You're stupid. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Look at the slight smirk that he has. Like I said, I hope you pass out from blood loss. You claim, sir, under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. And why would she have the other gun in her hand? That's also the question. It wasn't my intention to testify in this way, but neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hands have been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details, supposedly. Yes, well, I'm sorry about that. You're conspiring with this man. How dare you? You're supposed to be an upstanding policeman. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered all over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh, yes, quite sure. All over the black coat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Okay. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. I don't know. You guys didn't want to use my form of evidence, so boy. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? No, we already has the counter argument. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's the true science, not some amateur's detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about it. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here in science. As in law, theories must be proven before they stand. So you're just gonna prove that it's Windibank's blood. Or not Windibank's, you're gonna disprove that it's Windibank's blood and that it's his father's blood. But how can you collaborate the two together here? In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used with your lordship's permission. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. They didn't tamper with the evidence, did they? This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. Yeah, we know whose blood it is, too. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. We already know whose blood it is, though. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. It wasn't blue. It was purple. And we've already established the other guy's blood. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That stain was from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Oh, my lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. So why do we... Wait, why are we objecting it if it's just going to show that it's Mr. Mason's blood? Because if she said that, oh, she's covered in blood, it's got to be Windibank's blood, but this would just be opposite. I don't get it. Why would we say no? Lord Fenseeks, make it so at once. I'm confused. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Are we saying that we just know that there's blood there and not whose blood it is what they're trying to go for? Yay for back in the day blood testing. Wonder how many people got falsely incriminated due to that. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If the cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. God dang it. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. This is the pair who carries a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Yeah, looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Yeah, but there was 2 gunshots that went off simultaneously, right? That's what Ginny said. You know that... You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly at that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Well, I mean, your pirouettes have kind of like opened up the wound, so... did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then we scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom and I could see him through the peephole in the door. Might be able to use the autopsy report for this one? You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job made of stout wood. Oh, now you're talking. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Yeah, and Gina still had a gun on her. Why would she have a gun in her hand and toss the other one? That seems kind of silly. And what about you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. I didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Didn't they say that they saw guns pointing? But I mean, that could also have been a lie from before. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? Supposedly throwing the gun over the edge, which is kind of stupid.
Hold it!
The accused in the black coat. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. But whence it came? In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. You think somebody who's a pickpocket has a gun?
Objection!
Normally? Did she pickpocket a gun on the way over? That's doubtful. No other gun was found at the scene. Don't you giggle. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other. Then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. See, that doesn't sound right. Where the heck would he run to? Wouldn't you try to get the gun out of the person's hands? There's no other way out of that storeroom.
Hold it!
If you had any chance, you would be going towards the person, not running away from them. All over her. Yes, through the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now. What with the coat being such a dark color? We would have seen her covered in blood, too. It wouldn't have just been the jacket. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windabank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If only they accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Can't we just shoot his arm with the juice and show that his blood turns green, and then that's really all that really needs to be said? I said really one too many times. Ah, boy, it's such a nuisance.
Hold it!
Why would you toss the gun? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? What nonsense. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. For where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. That's just stupid. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. What are you thinking, Van Zeeks? So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. I'm surprised he's not bleeding more. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Oh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like you're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Oh, what's going on here? What the fudge is... What?
Excuse me.
Excuse you? We really need to get Grayson out of this room. He is just causing havoc any way, shape, or form. What the heck is going on here? Something wrong, Sunshine? I'd say. That should be my line. You do realize you're just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this D's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw me, grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, you said, didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? Why didn't you? Cause we didn't know nothing about it, or that flamin' peephole in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? He's getting worse by the minute. Poor blimey, see the way he looked at, he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yeah, that's because it's you, Iris. That's because he's talking to a child. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Frickin' Gregson. You can't just eat fish and chips and hope that everything's okay. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. Oh, I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Oh no, how's this gonna play? Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel. I do, but I mean... no, my lord. We're gonna be in a pickle. See, why does Gregson get to read it? Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the results of splattering following a gunshot wound. It's, how can you even figure? How can you be that specific unless you're wanting it to be turned that way? Goodness me. Oh my god. See, what did I tell you? No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windibank's. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibank's, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. Also, the blood on the overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nepalese friend? You're such a butthole. Sorry? 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shed of respect you may have earned from yourself in this country. Well, I'm not here to... I'm not here anymore to make sure that I have a good reputation. I'm trying to get Gina saved. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Piroshki to Starving Boy and he ran away crying. I can probably see why that he would not want to take pierogi from a Piroshki. I don't think that's the same as a pierogi. I think that he would not want to take it from a stranger. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. I see, Turtle. How could you say that? When most of the cases that are even brought to this court is from him. What do you mean it holds no weight in court? Victory is sweet indeed. That proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could have possibly known the fact that is if he saw it happen. Which I mean, I think he was supposedly in the omnibus too, wasn't he? In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case, that is the whole truth. And see, 'cause I swear to goodness, I think these two sort of get along together because of the posing that they do. My lord, been a long battle this one, but the old war horse has something to say now, if you please. Oh, of course. Are we done yet? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men, all for one now. I said I wasn't going to do a long stream, but here I am.
Guilty.
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 Also guilty.
Guilty.
So guilty.
Guilty.
Of course it's guilty.
Guilty.
Thanks, guilty.
Guilty.
Of course guilty. You don't even follow the conversation, so of course you would just say guilty at this point. I have to do another one of these. Please, I'm dying. My brain hurts. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. I hope that goes up your nose and you choke on it. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. You never gave me the chance. You halted my cross-examination. I mean, you wouldn't let me finish. Here's to any attempt that you make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Why do you do this to yourself? You're just gonna give yourself whiplash. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast? Don't say you give up now. What's happening? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Oops. Who? Herlock? Oh. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? What? Officer? You delivered the report now. That will be all. Thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. Is that Herlock? I know that voice. Am I going mad? Oh! Oh my god, it's Herlock! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Oh my god, look at that Poe. What the heck? What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in the hospital. Oh my god, look at the blood. As well as I would be had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Oh my god, he looks so funny. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. Does he have the other... He has the other thing, doesn't he? You have the other disc. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us time? I think we're in the final stretch, so I think I will just finish this. What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense of mere 5 minutes. Freaking Gregson, I hate that you're on the other team. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. What do you... Please tell me you have the other... Please tell me you have the other disc. I want to play the Morse code. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you all right now? No, he's probably in immense pain. I'm all wrong. I'm sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I've asked the judge for 5 minutes. How about you stop posing like the other man who's also probably open his stitches? But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgiveness, pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Really, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist in my investigations. Never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by a scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Susato! It's from Susato! A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Miss Susato. Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. What's in here? What's in here? Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. That you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting as fairly as you are, wont to do, as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. Is he gonna fall over at this point, or we're just gonna leave him behind the podium for Iris to take care of? A leaving present from Susato-san, whatever could it be? What? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Which machine is this? Oh, it's the door thing. Why? Meow. Oh, look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? What is this? What could this possibly be used for? I call it the cat flapomat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Did they use that on the door in the pawn brokery? What's Susie up to? Miss Susato's muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? What? Huh? Oh, you really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. What does this have to do with the door mechanism making thingy? What does she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windabank in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of that contraption for a certain purpose. Huh? That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used his cat Flapomat that night, but why? Was it used on the door? When'd she use it? Is that how the door had the thing in there in the first place? So they never actually saw the inside of the pawnbrokery shop back, like the back door? A compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. Where's the cat? Would the cat know? Don't tell me that she used this that night and there wasn't actually a door flap on there in the first place. Wait, hold on. Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, because it wasn't actually there before. Oh my God. Oh. Okay, no. No, she's a genius. I know what to do now. The peephole wasn't there before. There was no peephole for them to see. Because Susato used it last night to see inside the room. Oh. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, a detective. No wonder why it wasn't. That's so great. No wonder they would use that at the beginning of the case. Because it always had a reason to be there. The die is cast. No, it's not. No, it's not, buddy. The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I have information now. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. Is that... what is your plan? Do I have the thing? Yes. Hold on, let me take a look at it real quick. Look at this. Oh, let's... God, that looks actually terrifying. Can you imagine if you push this up to somebody's desk just to attach a door flap to them? That'd be terrifying. God, that's so scary. Ooh, those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of special alloy developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through any door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Those are for attaching the hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Oh, right, of course. The thing can match the machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. Oh my God, Susato, you're amazing. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat Flapomet is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wakahai is so adorable. There's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Automatic cat Flapomet. The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Yeah, we're gonna do the summation examination. Oh, we get to do a further cross-exam... Oh, I think it's a further cross-examination because we didn't get to finish ours. Because we had to talk specifically about the Flapomat, and when we... His cross-examination was talking about the peephole in the door, which wasn't there before before they left. It was only made after we came in, and all of what's-his-face was already gone. So there's no way he could have seen the cat Flapomat in the door. So I think we have to do the further cross-examination. We have to finish the cross-examination. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. It's not a new witness. We're exercising our right to finish our cross-examination that we had halted. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. Yes. My lord, I'm requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Permission granted. Temporarily suspended. Temporarily. Now we can go back in and murder. Figuratively. So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. Oh my God, Herlock is so tall. And he's not even standing completely upright. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom and concur that defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unrelenting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. One piece. Oh my God. Oh, that's going to be so difficult, but I think the only thing that we can really use is the cat Flapomat since nobody's seen it before. But we've already established the two photographs here. So hopefully I just have to use the flap-o-mat, right? And the statement of him looking through the peephole. Because there was no peephole there when he was there. Or maybe, oh god. What if I'm not using the cat flap-o-mat, but using it later once we actually establish there's an issue? And we use the photograph of Gina, which doesn't have the peephole on the door. Oh no. Okay. Ooh, a single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to education. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. Single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Oh, goodbye, sir. I hope you have a good nap. I leave this in your capable hands. I didn't think that they were gonna use that animation. Oh my god. That's such a dramatic way for him to fall down. Oh no. Mr. Sholmes! I'm pretty sure that hurt more than him just falling normally. This man, I swear. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such a high fever, and either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I mean, it might be the numbness of substances that he has poured in his body on the daily basis. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? I can't believe they don't even let us do the full cross-examination, but just one statement, one piece of evidence. One statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Or Susato. This is for Susato. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato has given me. You know what? My original title, that if my stream and stuff didn't have the technical difficulties it did, it would have been the perfect title. But no, my computer had to have hiccups. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Oh my god, the music. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When bang. Pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. See, this is probably the statement. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. And then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. See, but there's two statements we can go through here, so let's... I'm so glad that we can save at this point. Because I think it might be the first one. Because he couldn't have seen anything anyway. Pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. But then, if we utilize this one, this might be thinking but too much. Yes, there could be a peephole in the door in terms of the keyhole of the door. Because older doors, you can sort of see to the other side. If I remember correctly. But peephole of the door, and for her to be throwing the gun out the peephole? That wasn't there? I think we can only... There's two options here. The cat flap-o-mat, a compact machine for the rapid creation of small flaps and larger doors to allow cats to come and go freely. But that doesn't really, like, we could talk about the cat flap map, but will it add to the other context? Was it till 1:30 a.m. that it was in there? A photo taken automatically by the red-handed recorder showing the scene a short time before the murder took place. Oh, this is gonna be difficult. Because I don't want to be wrong the first time, but there's two different routes that you can go. So I picked it up and made my escape. I'm gonna try the first one with the picture. Just wanna, but I don't know if this really establishes it though. Fudge. Well, I mean, there's no time like the present. I do have 4 chances. But this is also what save scumming is for. I guess we could try.
Objection!
To see what happens. At odds with it. Oh, so it isn't. What the heck? So I guess we do have to use the cat flap. Maybe?
Objection!
Oh, we do. Okay. Okay. I thought I was overthinking this. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, it's my cat flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having the open moment. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Don't you yell at Iris. But that cat lover's crunch events has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. It does not to be cat flap. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I failed to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Or perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windibank had taken place. That right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. But we have information to say otherwise at that specific time frame. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Except... Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. We're almost done. Oh my goodness. This has taken much longer than I thought it would. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door until such time as she did. The door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! Once again, the lovely swirl. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. So not only was the pictures used earlier in the case were more important than you thought it was, because I absolutely love Ace Attorney in the way that you have to use certain pieces of evidences multiple times, and sometimes you might see what the evidence is after the fact. Oh, it's so good. It was created but only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? This is a most serious act of vandalism, for which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes I had left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it's become apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Literally. Literally. Riddled with. Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Man, I have evidence to prove it too, but I mean, you only said one piece of evidence. Is there any credence in this revelation? Yes, there is. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. You seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh, we can demonstrate if you want. Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Shall we test the theory? I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Cooey! Time for dinner. Cooey? Oh my goodness. Well. Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. We now have a cat flap in this place. It's much better than it was before. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people, the storeroom door at Winterbank was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove that it was. Oh, no, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomet crates are all of a fixed size. The dimensions of the people at Winterbanks are an exact match. What do you refute now, sir? Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. I mean, I don't need her to have solid concrete evidence, so. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the peephole has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. But I mean, the judge already said I can only present one piece of evidence. Are you sure that I can't produce more? What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact there is no proof. There's proof. I have proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claims amount to nothing more than a baseless accusation. No, I have it. I have it. I just also feel bad that I've been giving myself whiplash the entire time because I think that I don't. Well, counsel, yes, I can do it. I have it. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. We're almost there. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of the Windabank storeroom was created after and not before. So I know which one we're doing, but I'm gonna save anyway since we went through a lot of dialogue. Because I can use this one at 1 a.m. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? I mean, you can't say that the camera is not like concrete evidence because it's a picture, not a tincture. My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Miko Toba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? Yes, it is. This print shows the scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. The premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun, or mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. No people. No people. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a people of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Yeah, and the only way you could have known that he was shot in the back is if you shot him. Oh my god, that spin! Oh, the spin! Order in the courtroom. I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's citizen's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more Lord Van Zieks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Don't say this now, my god. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true, but that's all. Yes, in fact, you look at the circumstances. Oh, he's starting to be disheveled. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here, sir. What? I'm tired of this. I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have many definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Bruno? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. I'm tired. What else do we need to do here to finish this? Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. Yeah, the shot in the back. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
Oh, shut up, Van Zeeks. I have the talking stick. This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. How the heck would he know where he got shot? The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known about anything about, namely... Oh, fudge. The third gun, the peephole, and the bloodstains on the coat. I guess we could say bloodstains on the coat. Because then that's also establishing the things that he shouldn't have known from the omnibus case too. I don't really care about the third gun at this point, but the bloodstains on the coat is really damning. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot the victim. How could you have possibly have known that? Obviously because I saw her do it through the peephole in the door. Yeah. You want to finish that statement? The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. If there's no peephole in the door, how'd you know there's blood on the coat? How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Yeah? Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, the Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Did you get insider information from Gregson here? Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pond articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have offices working around the clock and shifts so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that it exists forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. I don't think we established the peephole after he came into the courtroom. Yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Can I have a word, please, Lord Fenzeeks? How about no? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's nothing really more I can do, or I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. You're not allowed to leave. You've been so whispering to Mr. Graydon here. You think we're just gonna let you leave? It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. You're not even allowed a pee break. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. The only people who would know would be us and the policeman. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Let's say the person eating fish and chips next to you.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yeah, I mean, did we not all witness earlier that they were whispering to each other when we were talking to Gina? You think I don't have my reasons? But the defense believes the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. A freaking goober in the room. Furiously eating fish and chips, which I hope are moldy. Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Why, Tobias Gregson, our butthole of an investigator. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We only learned of it during the course of this trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. Well, the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while the trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. I mean, it didn't happen that long ago. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? Well, I mean, you were trying to hinder a lot of things earlier, so you could have been a higher-up option. I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case, had you forgotten that. Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the event that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand where such illicit decisions couldn't possibly have occurred. You stupid. You not remember the thing that happened not that long ago? Oh, I've just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? People in this room are insanely stupid. They're smart, but stupid enough. There was that one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. They were whispering to each other. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? I don't know, higher up orders? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps, I don't know, a salary raise? It was part of a deal of some kind, then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. The McGilded music plate, maybe. I'm sure I need not remind that the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of maleficence. Well, will
Objection!
don't protect him, Van Zeeks. You already know that you don't like him. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusation is this Nipponi's student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical... What do you mean evidence? Like somebody took a picture in the room that they were whispering to each other a moment ago? Did you not see with your own peepers? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. Oh my god. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing that he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Yeah, the other music plate, but how do I... Do I just present the music plate? I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal the Inspector Gregson made with the witness? What the fudge? What the heck am I... Save. Okay, so a couple of thoughts here are utilizing the music disc. There's also maybe this manuscript, but I don't know about that. I don't think we haven't used the manuscript once. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? How? Strange music box only appears to be able to play single tone. It was deposited at Winterbanks 2 days before the black overcoat. I can only really think of the metal disc, but it would be silly if it was the manuscript, because what point would there be with that? I'm gonna try the disc because I know that with one of the discs is supposed to be with the police investigation, but I don't think it's this one. It has to be the disc. It has to be, right?
Take that!
Oh, I think it is. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you... Oh, that is all I need. We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Winterbanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the discs for the details of the case. You little... How dare... I know that you're supposed to do this sometimes when it comes to like getting a deal to finish a case, but in the midst of the courtroom and without any prior permissions. On the day of the incident, when we met you at Winterbanks, you said this: I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGilded down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yeah, over with a case that was 2 months old. Supposedly not important. Scotland Yard already knew at the time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Oh my god, these two are a pair.
Objection!
Are we done yet? Are we done yet? Please don't object anymore. We're almost there. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Yeah, in the coat of our own. It's either in the inspector's coat now, or it's in the Egbert's coat. How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly, he could not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hands. It's there, which means we can play it. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question? Yeah, that's because that's how he was trying to leave. That's why he was trying to leave, and Van Zeeks prevented him from doing so. He has his second disc actually on his person. Someone strip the man. The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely, they could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector, we can either strip you or you can give it to us. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. How dare you? However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. Oh my god, are you saying that's not on him? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland. Come on, I just want this to end. If following the search of the inspector personal effects notice is found, then I'm screwed. You'll be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Or maybe he's thinking that we could take this as serious as it is and not actually do the body search. Indeed, to having a visiting student make such a defamatory remark about our country's most senior police force, it's not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Bruno because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. I mean, I've already resigned to this. I gotta get through. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have been physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Is it on both our persons? Do they snap it in half? Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Oh my god, we can say search somebody else. So, two options here. We can say search somebody else, which means we're searching Egbert. Or we search him. Oh my goodness. Fudge. Okay, well, I just saved. I do think it would be on him, but there's a high possibility that it would be that Egbert Ashley has shown him that the music disc is on his person and that he'll give it to him after the trial, or it's already been handed to Gregson and is on his person. I'm gonna go with a gut feeling that it is on Ashley. I saved. I'm gonna do it. Yes, the defense firmly demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponiese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Wait, did I hit the wrong one? Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal... Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. The defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson. What? What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this? Lost it at last, have you, Sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with with this nonsense. You're completely irrational. Well, I have an idea of who we want to... Be quiet, all of you. Who? Huh? What? Who said be quiet? Iris. Rudo's done doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Is it? Is it now? I don't think that I have actually seen that this entire time that I've been in here. That I've been in this place. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense's counsel's convictions and eagerly awaits his next words. You what now? Don't be hasty, my lord. See, I feel like I got this right because he's very much against this. If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has the disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request this search now? Mr. Ashley Graydon? I'm pretty sure that it's on his person. Mr. Ashley Graydon, my lord, the defense demands that he be searched at once. Very well, I presume you will not protest, Mr. Graydon. You. Please say I made the right choice. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff a few short minutes later, please. Are you serious? Oh, it was revealed that Mr. Graydon had nothing unusual on his person at all. Are you serious? Where the heck's the disc then? Wow. Wow. Seriously? You know what? I'm gonna load for that fact. What the heck? Okay, so he was just literally bluffing. I'm so mad. Fine. Yeah, search him. Watch it be that this also is not it. This is also not it. Very well. Are you ready to proceed, Inspector? It's gonna be so funny if it's not the case. If so, this game has bamboozled me. And so a brief body search was carried out by the court bailiff. A few short minutes later, are you telling me that's... What? The fudge? Are you saying that it's one of these two? Or am I supposed to just, like, have this go through? What the heck? No, because it's just gonna take a point out of me. Are you telling me it's one of the other two buttholes in the room? Hold on, I'm gonna see what it says first before I load. What the? Just as I thought. What? Well, you heard Gregsy before. He almost invited the search. It was obvious that we wouldn't find anything. Maybe consider mentioning things like that before I monumentally put my foot in it next time? Well, counsel, what do you have to say for yourself now? Have you learned your lesson, or do you intend to embarrass more people in this court? Did they put that in the box that's underneath Ringo? Oh, this is bad. Do you still persist? Ooh, okay. What the heck? Is withdrawing the request actually the moment? Can I see what that... I want to see what it does. I want to see what this one does. If they don't find anything, I'll be in serious trouble here. No, my lord. The defense withdraws the request. Pathetic. How dare you? Sorry? One little threat and you abandon your beliefs, do you? I always had a suspicion your samurai spirit would be no match for the chivalry of the Brits. How dare you? In that case, I've changed my mind. The defense demands the search, my lord. Okay, so it just leads it. Penalize your fickle mind? Okay. Oh my god. Okay, so the only other thought process would be Ringo or what's his face? Oh, fudge, fudge, fudge. No, no, that's not what I wanted. Whoops. Hold on. Reload that. Am I gonna have to do like a full roundabout? Maybe it's in the box in Ringo? There's only searching someone else. And it's not him. It's not the... Wait, are we saying we have everybody to choose from? And we had to... Ooh. Maybe it might be one of the Skulkin brothers, because they've been really working with him. So... No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of the sunshine? I've lost my marbles. Is it Surely it's Skulkin. There's no other people. What if it's not even here? What if Van Zeeks has it? This has completely gone over the top of my head. Oh! I know where it is. I know exactly where it is. It's in the taller brother's person, because Gregson, I can't remember the exact turn of events, but Gregson violently shook Nash. It's in Nash's coat. It's in Nash's coat. How could I not have thought of this earlier? The fact that like the secret whispering happened and then he shook him, which was out of character for the inspector. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey. Me? Him? He was trying to hide the thing while shaking him up. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Of course you would say that now, because you know where you put it. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to the search. Okay, I got it right this time. I can't believe it. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But, Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. I'm gonna have to say a lot of sorries and apologies to Mama Faye, because I was supposed to be... I had told them, it's like, I'm only gonna stream for a little bit. That was a total lie. Maybe I'm just gonna have to brown the bean and have it set for a different day. Oh, I feel bad. Bailiff, carry out the search. And it's there. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Strip him. Find it. Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. We found the disc. We found the disc. Good lord, another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. Freaking Gregson, how dare you? Established. This is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? We've made it. Please let this end soon. Mr. Skulkin, what have you, what do you have to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean, Gordon Flaming Bennett. I swear I don't know nothing about the disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? I feel like we could. The alleged deal that was struck between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then for pity's sake, why on earth was the man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Yeah, because he shook him earlier. Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. Do we all have goldfish brain? You think I have goldfish brain. These guys have it worse. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Yeah, freaking shaking him down. While Mr. Graydon answered my question, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. That's when they were asking about the third gun. He did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing to be born as me brother I was. What exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? Ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. Yelled right down me ear, all he did. The way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? I wonder if anybody had caught that right off the bat. Like there was no need to not inspect the other two. I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, where on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. When did he say that he wanted to leave? I can't even recall now. The timing of it all. Maybe he would have said something like, it's hidden in his pocket, let's get him out of here. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Hush hush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing that there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does that mean you only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense. Oh, he's really squeezing that fish. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusations made against you of this alleged deal? Oh? Admit to it. Yours truly, please. God, always feigning ignorance. How much longer is this? I've been saying this for who knows how long. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. Yes, you are. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with a detective? Of all of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of this is about. How can he just feign ignorance this entire time? I don't get it. They take it as gospel. It's so annoying. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you meant to make it a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Of course he's not. Ladies and gents of the jury, as the Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Ah yes, influence the jurors. This is quite a conundrum indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in this concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Oh my god. But we literally, she did not kill anyone. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yeah, so you're... hate you. Yes, he's a dependable man. I'm quite sure in surface one becomes a good judge of character. And they're all gonna say guilty, aren't they? Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Great Ace highly skilled operator stop. Currently in presence of idle stop. Am I gonna still have to do a summation examination, or are they gonna say no to that because I decided to have the last bit of my cross-examination? I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. Is Jeannie going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. How much? God, I could have taken a break and finished this on a different day, and why did I push so far? Why did I push so far? I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. The Baskerville one? I don't ever learn. This time it's my own fault. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Bruno. We have to throw more evidence at them. Can I save? The only thing that I haven't really presented to the court is the Baskerville. I literally have basically presented everything else. I mean, other than listening to the, other than listening to the second disc, the Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right, I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has the same name or something. Well, it doesn't have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. What else am I supposed to be? What is the possibility? There's no choice then, Bruno. We have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or oh. Fudge. What do I even have for... I wouldn't even have anything for Gregson, wouldn't I? And who... It was... I don't even know what piece of evidence here that I would even do. Against Gregson or Graydon. Well, this is also another piece of evidence I haven't presented yet, was representation writ, but I don't see a purpose for that. What the heck do I even do? Don't hee-hee me. Don't hee-hee. I'm pretty sure Sai is passed out by now. I don't even know. I don't even have the other disc to even look at the thing. Oh boy! I don't think I have anything. Fudge. Can I see what happens if I leave it to the jury? Or will there be interesting information that I could give? Maybe the small music box? Now that we have the other one, but it has to be specifically towards Grayson, right? Gregson? Got it. These names are too close together. what happens when I say Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me, show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hands here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit, to the deal he clearly struck on the Strand. That's what I need. To striking the deal. Maybe it is something for Gregson then. Oh God, I'm at a loss. Is there anything I could possibly present that's not gonna get me penalized? God, I was doing so well, and I've steered off. And I doubt they're gonna give me any sort of an idea of what I could possibly... Maybe it is the music box. Let's see. Oh, yes. Okay. Because how would he have the second music disc if he didn't take it from the music box? Is that Mr. McGilded's peculiar music box counsel? Oh, did I? God, have a big brain moment, or am I about to fail miserably? Yes, with the disc already in place, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, maybe it doesn't matter who. With the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc council. No, wait, I can't let you do that. Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. It's a lie. Maybe I should have chose Gregson. It's not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from the music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. But if you already said that it's not part of this case, why not? Why not, sir? If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect the state secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Oh. And Zeeks. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sound made by that music box. Not everybody knows Morse code, so you're not really technically, like, revealing it to too many people.
Objection!
Oh, leg. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. My fair means are foul. Oh my god, he's on my side this time. Yes. Yes. Please. I mean, that we're almost done now. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. There's only a few people should really know. Ooh. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it. Who? All right, I admit it. Whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. I didn't even have to do a summation examination. Did I even do it once this court case? Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. No, I did do it once this case, haven't I? Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the sand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Yes. Stop, what are you doing, man? In all actuality, it's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. Yes. Good. You there. You're the detective who turned up the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. So basically it's the same thing, that he has to prevent it from becoming public knowledge. So me doing so is already like messing up the deal in general. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defense wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. Which would have killed a child, sir. That would have put her in the worst of predicaments, sir. But then it turned out that the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that fact, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. Mainly. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And is also selling secrets. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. Oh, look how just shoveled you look. Oh, there we go. Oh. Oh my god, he broke his stick. Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Oh. Did he just... Did he pop out? Did he pop out like a chip there? Restrain that man at once. Like, he broke the stick. It was gonna murder him right in the courtroom. That's it then. It's all over. Not. I despise my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, The son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long with what little money they had they never spent on me. That's sad, but we can't condone what the things you were doing. You could have just lived a better life, sir. You could have made better decisions. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decide to try to sell government secrets. Why? Bad decision. Very much so. Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. Oh my god, his eyebrows look weird in this position. I want to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. McGilded. Mr. Magnus McGilded. One of the wealthiest mans here. Man. Person. You're a fiend with queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me a little plan now. Blinded by money. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable by using the music box. That's pretty brilliant, I would have to say, but for the wrong reasons. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right, he was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. Imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I had seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. Oh my goodness. So his father got stabbed not even knowing what was going on either, it seems. That's how I had him make the two discs. Maybe he did know something at some point then. Thereby splitting the information in two, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000. Oh my god. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal, the exchange of the second disc. He set the bar so low and then demanded such a substantial sum of money. Yes, I told the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. Or why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious, and when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Is this the last thing that he wanted to do as a father? That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the disc I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. Yeah, because McGilded's also dead, so we don't know their final conversation other than Ginny, who only heard snippets. All I know is that the disc was taken from him and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Okay. Okay. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man who will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from the start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. And who put that up, or us up to that? Frickin' Strongheart. We know. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in the city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. So he's the one who killed him after then. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. And the bailiff. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. God, I can't believe that we've made it this far. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man the taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Oh my god. Hey, we're getting a not guilty verdict after this, though. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. Yeah, taking care of the discs. Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Yes. There was indeed mention of that in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Hey, it's a picture. This is the first of the 2 discs in the music box that you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windabane's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for ye. I'll fetch a good 10 guineas if we sell it. If ye sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite this way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. That's a lie. In this portion of time. So I knew that if he had taken steps to hide the disc, it would have been in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And then, on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. He was very perceptive. To Gina. I remember now, that when we first met you at Windabanks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know, who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windabanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of the facts. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. But why did he take the disc but not the music box? I had to find these articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friend. Oh, maybe he didn't have time. That could have been it as well. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang. He's shot really quickly. A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I've decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. That's why it was so quick to shoot back. Oh my god, looks like he's built like a Dorito in that position. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fire back. I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. And I guess it wasn't until, like, today's trial that they, like, figured out about Ginny either. Oh, it's so quiet. Not guilty, not guilty. This is a whole slew of things, whole slew of information we never thought we'd see. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. And yet he was doing the exact same thing. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yes, I think I have. Oh, this ended on such a sad note here. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. It sucks because he's just doing the jobs that he was told to do, but it's also like a case of morality as well. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains, whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now, to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final judgment. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garradeb Squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. You know what would be hilariously funny, but also, like, so morbid, is that they all still decided guilty. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not
yay!
guilty. Not guilty.
Finally.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Finally. Oh my god. It's been 5 hours. I did not mean for this stream to go this long. My throat kind of hurts. I'm gonna have some tea after this. I don't care how hot the room is. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top of for a while there. Is Herlock doing okay? Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, Well, I mean, she's not going to get a death sentence, so that's a great thing. 2 months ago, in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Winnebake's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. I've never done nothing of the sort. My girl. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Later, we can bring snacks to her when she's in prison. And turning our attention to the defense. Determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Am I in trouble? Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast. Just don't throw the cup at me. To demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Don't say that. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done. So, if I may say something on that point, isn't that? Oh, it's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that really was Morse code at all. What? Please don't say this to me after we got a not guilty verdict. Well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. So could it be something that is just, it's Morse code, but it's like a subsidiary of Morse code, that it had a special cipher to go along with it? Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. You can't tell me that. I mean, is this getting me off the hook, or is this gonna change the not guilty verdict? It wasn't Morse code after all. Oh. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contains minstrel secrets, sunshine. Maybe it's because the father noticed and he made sure that it wasn't actually Morse code. What if? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government's communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Iris has an idea, though. She has some cogs working in her brain. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, milord. That which you have seen here today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim... Oh my god, my eyeball. A grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing. I done see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself. Tiny child has been enlightened. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windabank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Not guilty. God, oh my God, we made it. Oh my God, my eyeball. God, I'm shitting eyelashes. Ooh. Yay! We made it. What the heck? When did it start setting off fireworks? What? Oh my God. This is all. Court is adjourned. Finally. Now we have after scene cutscenes. Ew. My good sir, are we about to share a toast or are you about to be mean to me? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh my God, I've been upgraded once more. I'm not a learned friend anymore. He said far eastern friend. That's, I guess, less racist. Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. Say so. Yeah. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Lock swords, you say? You did. When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Though, through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. Ah, so that's why you're so hard on me. You mentioned something similar earlier today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Oh. Are you gonna tell me about a friend? Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer. Whether you like it or not. Who are you friends with? Alright then, I'll wait for that day if I must. Is it someone I know? Coming to be known as the Reaper at the Bailey at my retirement from services 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Oh. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Oh, I've been demoted again. Until we meet again. What the heck? Is it going to be the second game that we actually know anything? 17th April, 5:24 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. Where's Herlock? Is Herlock okay? It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? I think Iris also learned something about the music box. Congratulations, Sheena. I knew it all along. Maybe it's from the music box might be from the Hounds of the Baskervilles. I knew that you were innocent. Sheena. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right to the end. Right up to the end? You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back, which is a very rational, like, thought process. And fear. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust somebody or to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and you're trusted is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so, don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in. I'm trying to be sentimental. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. We both gained a new trust in the world. Just a little bit. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. Where's Iris? This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. My best friend's teachings. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his clients. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? I'm having my own delusions. Pardon the interruption. What? Where's Iris? What? Oh. He's still in the police attire. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? I don't know. How about being in your own clothing? Why did as soon as you wake up that you decided to go back into the police attire? It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Haha, yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. I mean, it's been about time for his gremliness to come back. Shenanigans. Yes, it was me all along, you see. That bailiff is having a time. I'd assume you've been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed, I was, but I managed to escape again. You goober. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he was happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. I mean, isn't he's the same doctor that said that he probably left a scalpel inside of inside of Herlock. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Where's Gina? We have Gina here. We have Herlock, but where's Iris? Some great detective you are. Do I have the... Yeah, I still have it on my person. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. I mean, he was also fighting for his life, but in a different way. Well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, how does it feel? Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Schultz? Stop touching me! And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Oh my god, my voice is cracking. I'm so sorry. Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... An acquittal in this trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Yeah, but he wasn't the one that killed him either, so... We all know that now. But of course I paid no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Oh, why bring it up, you goober? You're just trying to scare Gina? Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit, like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like, God? Yeah, I'm upstairs, knows what's what, right? Or him upstairs knows what's what. He knows what people are like on the inside. He wouldn't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves that, like that bog trotter, what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? She still has her pride, even as a pickpocket. Morals and pride. A trait in which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Boy, just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Yay! Good job. First name basis. There you are, Hurley. How long have you been there? I think it's time to explain everything to Iris. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Oh, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in the room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. Oh my god, Iris, put him in his place. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. It already sort of has. I'll be careful. Ouch. I love you, Iris. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You're the judge's patter. Got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Break in and enter in, taking the bog trotter stuff, what in lug blah blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. I mean, by the standards. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Don't say that. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them a lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. She has ideas. What is it? I'm glad she's laughing. Aw, Gina. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. I hope she's going to be okay after this. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Please still live after all of this. I hope. I hope she'll be okay. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. I hope she lives like our other person that we saved. Odo. Yes? Oh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Oh, that was... What was that for? I don't know. I mean... I don't know what to say, so... Oh, so she went into the motions of reloading the gun. Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Thank you? Is that it? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's a good advice, Ginny. Yay. I mean, I can feel it in the way that you present yourself that you are thankful, but it is very nice to hear it. Right, I see. Well, I love you, Gina. Aww. Well, she took off her hat. Thanks, Odo. Aww. Oh, baby. Thank you for everything what you've done for believing in me. Oh my goodness, I love her so much. You may be a pain in the butt, but you're my pain in the butt. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Now, what after scene bit is gonna happen here? Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpockets, innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Ira. She would have been thrilled. Next time. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like to, like the good news or the bad? What's the bad news? What's your bad news? Iris. Well, what do you say, Bruno, Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intentions of listening to anything but good news. Well, there you have it. How people answer the question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. All right, then. Maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. What's the bad news? Well, this is good indeed. Or good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. All right, then. What's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Susato. That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. We can see Susato off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I'm gonna go see Susato before she leaves. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail's transports directors. What? Director who? Foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Did you blackmail this man? Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. We get to see Susato once more. This is gonna be a good ending. Probably not, but you know. 18th April, 5:32 a.m. Port of Dover. Wayside. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Do we get a cutscene? Also, I see the flag waving in the back right there. Oh, and the water's moving too. Miss Susato, where are you? There she is! Over there, look, it's like she's, it looks like she's reading something. What is she reading? Oh!
Hold it!
Hold on a second. Why are you throwing the book in the water? Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Oh. Ah. Susato! What are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. Yes. I was so glad that we were able to give her this information before her very long journey back home. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea, it was your Encyclopedia British Law, wasn't it? It looked like a different book. Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Why? You can always come back after nursing your father back to health? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? Oh. You know what? That actually helped that helped immensely in getting this whole thing a not guilty verdict. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, so she got it off of Iris. Such a big thing to grab, too. I guess that was her practice thing, and she didn't have a chance to give it back. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my... She put it in her sleeve. And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop with it later that night. Didn't she go to bed, though? I don't know. Maybe she was still, like, taking care of things that needed to be packed. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. When we chased down the Skulkins. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that a door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. I really did think that it was weird that there was a peephole in the door on a place that was so... that's supposed to be, like, really well secured. I'm glad that I picked up on that, too. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windibank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room, and for someone to claim to falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. She was actually very smart with this, for which a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? Trap? Is that why she did it? No, not initially, but that's the thought process after. So is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole not to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Oh. Yeah, because we only knew about it after the fact, so we couldn't have been made a accomplice to it. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So, Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. That's natural. That's very natural. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Ah, yeah. Yeah, I am still streaming. This was not intentional, but this is how it happened. I was thinking, it was like, oh god, I'm so close to the end. I just need to finish it. Not knowing that I would go another, like, 6 hours in total. That was my fault. I'm gonna have to say, I'm gonna have to be profusely apologetic to Mama Faye, because I was supposed to be helping with dinner prep. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo. You've saved me too from my regrets. Your shift's almost over? Oh my goodness, I definitely have gone a long time, haven't I? Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. With a triumph to work that out, I'm full of admiration. Admiration? Admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury member, you see, a telegraph operator. Well, she could also be a part of it. She could have been lying about it not being actual Morse code, but I also have no idea. And she said that the majority of the sound on the disc was just meaningless notes. Meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher? See, I did say cipher earlier, didn't I? So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. I mean, Graydon knew, I'm sure. And I'm sure that basically Herlock is deciphered it. I took an unopened soda from the party the teachers had. Freebie soda. So Asogi? What? Oh. Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Asogi? No. Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Kazuma. Means something. Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing. I knew she was thinking about something. The little cogs that are going through her brain, she was deciphering that thing. I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It's in Japanese? It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. Oh my god. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pengram, isn't it? Oh my god, you genius, Iris. And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code, the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. So basically, he was I feel like his death was more to it than meets the eye. It was not just an accident. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Susato, I swear, you are a jack of all trades. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. You're smarty pants. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Later. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. What does it say? Susato? But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. Oh, 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why was his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Shin, I don't recognize that name. Shin could be the person that betrayed Van Zeeks, maybe. The third is T. Greguson? Oh, Gregson. Greguson. Gregson. Gregson. Yes. Greguson. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man in the list. What's his name doing in the secret government communications as well? Oh, and the last name? My name? Whose name? Your name? What's the matter, Miss Susato? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Is it my name? Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Oh. The last name is J. Wilson. Oh my god. So Kei Asogi, Shin, Gregson, and Wilson. Oh my god. Well, look at Herlock knows something. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. What? That's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. So those 4 are important people, and 3 we know of. I can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So maybe there's some sort of spy in Japan that's communicating in Japanese Morse code to someone here? You need a soundboard alert of that dramatic dun-dun. I do. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, he was. Are we gonna reveal this information to her tonight? Oh god. No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with a surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. You have strawberries and Cool Whip. That's a great combination. I can't say that I have had Cool Whip in a very, very long time. But strawberries and whipped cream are delicious. We can't tell Iris about that now. We just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. God, Susata's gonna have to leave after this? I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Ooh. Goodbye, Susato. We love you. I hope nothing happens on the other end. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first, to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change into a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you safe passage, Miss Susato. Please make it there alive. Please don't let me have another dead friend. I would very much like that. For you to live. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Oh, baby. No. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. I hope. Please don't let that be foreshadowing that you're gonna expire and leave me by myself with these two. Not that I'm really complaining, but... Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Oh. Oh, yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. God. I hope that promise is going to be fulfilled. Please let it be fulfilled. Fulfilled. I said per. Mr. Naruhodo. Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Berea when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. I mean, you sort of met her beforehand, though. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. No, it was more like before that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. She has such a gentle smile. Try mixing canned fruit mixed with cottage cheese. I actually had earlier today... Oh wait, hold on. I should stop for a second. It's a cutscene.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
The cat's there. The cat.
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Oh.
Of course there will.
Trials and tribulations.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Somebody just pushes him off the pier.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Yay. Yay. Goodbye, Miss Susato. We'll see you again. I had cottage cheese that had, that's packaged with fruit with it. I was gonna say that. No, that was me. I said it. I said it first. I thought it. If someone pushed him off the pier. But I had Daisy brand cottage cheese that has like an additional package with blueberries. It's like a blueberry sauce to put on top of it. I had that earlier. What do you say? Yes, okay. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. What would that be? The railway company has decided to sue over the special... Of course, sir. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Great. Huh? It's caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and now, and how it was all... Yeah, I think you want to maybe take back the statement of, I have great friends by my side. You said it was my fault? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow. According to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Oh my god. Well, this is gonna be a great day. A great new day. It's all right. I'm perfectly happy to testify. You really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Oh my god. I'm gonna make sure all of you get put in jail. I'll be sure of it. Mr. Sholmes. Yes. A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any words you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Objection. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Oh my god, it's finally the end. Oh, I didn't mean to go this long. I'm so sorry. Yay, we're done. We're finally done. We've made it to the end. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street. Oh god, I'm not going to be able to read that. I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve important cases. Oh my god. Oh, he got his thing back too. He said the thing. This is one of the times where you just let the intrusive thoughts win. I have those moments a lot where it's like you have somebody that's sitting right on the edge of something. You have to think that they're brave, because more than likely that somebody is going to definitely push them over the edge. Like somebody is going to let the intrusive thoughts go through. Look is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. Toast. But I like toast. I don't know about like back in the day bread toast. Bread was awfully dry back then. But that's the wonders of modern cooking. It's so much more flavorful than in the past. Petty arguments. I should probably be paying attention to the dialogue. I'm not going to be able to read it because it's not going to go by. It's going to go by too quickly. So please read. A Russian dancer to Shanghai. A suspicious Japanese national. Oh, Soseki! He brought kittens back home with him? Oh my god. I mean, there's not much you can do. If you throw the kittens overboard, it's on site. I will murder you and then I will dive in for the kittens. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing. I still feel like I feel like you're going to be the villain of the next game. Certainly there's going to be something after all of this. Until his next appointment. Oh my god, my throat hurts. The latest Rants magazine. No, Gregson. I mean, I'm glad that Gregson is not as bad as I thought he was, but he was definitely still going to be putting Gina in a very harsh predicament. I don't like him as much as I did in initially. I'm not surprised that your throat hurts. Yeah, it's been 6 hours. It's been 6 hours. I've been visiting the old girl on a daily basis. Of course, Jody, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stares every day. Oh, so yeah, that's right. She did go to jail, didn't she? Did she go to... Wait. She did go to jail. And this man was oogling at another lady while his lady is in jail? The audacity. Aww. Really is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more days than hunting out a small change in the gutter. I mean, did he at least let him have like a week of sleep? Oh, they're so cute. I really like their character design the most. They just look adorable. Gina. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a nap. Aw, they still get to hang out. She's always going on about Alton cases, what Sholmes is looking into. She gets to tell her stories. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting. Which means, who knows what she might do in the future. She said she wanted to do something for the other kids in the slums as well, so something oriented towards that. Oh, look who it is. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets, please. You have many. Oh my god. Yeah, no, sir, you have many. Because you're stuck in there with those two. Oh my goodness. The Muscat Watson milk in the neighborhood. What? Oh my god. Let's hope they don't go back into a life of crime after this. They need to work together to have a better future. My goodness. Know your limits, woman. I'm sorry. I really should have stopped at one point. It was really my own fault. I said that I was gonna. Maybe I should just never say that I'm gonna stream, like only for a little bit, because I lie. I lie every time. Oh, I hope her father is okay. What's gonna happen after the credits are done? Aww. We left. Aw, that's so freaking cute. Aw, dang it. I think oh, wait, no. I got it. So cute. I kind of wish I got the picture from afar, but that's adorable. I love it. Oh my goodness. Okay, what's at the end? Is there more? It's the credits. What's happening? Oh. Oh my god, that's cute. It's the proper credits. God, I didn't even take a proper picture. God dang it. I took a print screen of something else. That's fine, I guess. Look how cute that is. That's a great way to do ending credits. You get to see all the characters again and the lovely backgrounds, and there she is. I'm pretty sure she's gonna still have significance in the story. There's the Miko toll bus. Yeah, I'm gonna make myself, after I cool down, I'm gonna make myself some peppermint tea. Reminds me of the Monster Hunter size comparison. Our character really is fairly short. Oh? Oh, and he leaves me behind. We continue on our journey without him. This is a very nice way to do the ending credits. I hope you have a safe drive home. God, how many hours have I already put into this game? We are at 40. We're at 46.5. Oh my god. We put quite some time into this. Also, I'm sorry for the technical difficulties that we had earlier. I didn't expect, because it hadn't happened for a while, for the game to be flickering on my side. But I'm glad that we still persevered and got it all fixed. Sometimes you might have to do 2 accidental separate streams. Like my old boss would say, you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. One of the previous anime conventions I used to frequent, that was their main saying at the ending ceremonies. Every time that they would have their talk at the end of the convention, they would state that you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Well done finishing the game. Second part is even better. I can't wait. I am taking a break from this for a while though. We're gonna focus on other games. Give my vocal cords a break. Because I get way too into these games because they're just too fun, and it's really it's really hard to judge when to pause, as you well know. I honestly could have that to be continued that we had. I probably could have stopped right there and then continued on. It's a Futurama reference? I do not recall that. I wasn't an avid watcher of Futurama. I'd seen like handfuls of episodes. Look at my babies. Look at my children. They're here. They're all so cute. Susato has such a graceful way of walking. Look at them! Ah! I love them so much. Finn. We've made it to the end. Ooh. I love that too. Look at that. That's a lovely picture. Oh, before we end stream, we should look at the things I've unlocked, I think. I think. Oh, we have the morning here. That's lovely. Special content. Gallery. Portraits. Yeah, special. Yeah, when we play the second game, that's gonna be unlocked. That's such a pretty picture. I love that. Aww. Oh, it has text too. Title image. Character collage. And the Old Bailey judge. Oh my goodness. They're go back. Get rid of the text window. Look at these lovely characters. Some old lady in a swamp episode. There's our boy Soseki Natsume. With our lovely cat. Joan. There is his burned butt. Oh my goodness, and there's a slab. Yeah, the sun and sunflower and the moon theme, really love it. See, they're too cute. I love them. They really translated the concept art to the 3D models very, very well. Tobias Gregson. So cute. Oh, oops. Look at his hair. He doesn't have a hair out of place. Egbert Benedict. God, I'm still finding it hilariously funny that I noticed after the fact some of the things about Egbert Benedict Ashley that linked him with his father. Yay! Look at Baron Van Zieks. Oh, he went through a couple of different iterations. That's probably the most Sephiroth out of them all. Oh my goodness. Oh, even that's just really nice. I wonder if they would use this for a different character. This is like the most developed out of all of them as well. Very nice. So I would say that his concept in its entirety is really good. Even though that previous concept was very nice, of the more soldier-like setup, his finished concept is great. I still kind of wish that he had this ensemble, but they made him cooler. This one would have made a great character. They made him so much cooler in his final design. So cute. They gave a lot of thought process to Herlock. Maybe it's because his design's a bit more complicated. His hair's so fluffy. Still looks like such a goober. Oh, he had such a dark design initially. Steampunk. Still fairly similar to what he is now. Very nice. And Iris. And the more steampunky outfit. Still very cute. Adorable. Okay, I guess that's it for now. I gotta go grovel on my knees in front of Mama Faye. Due to my transgressions. There's still so many achievements to go through. Short extra episodes? Aw. Play some short extra episodes. But isn't the defendant in the antechamber? In the first of 8 escapades, Ryunosuke finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his earlier trial having a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. Oh, cool! We'll have to mess with these at some point. Whenever we finish the second game. Voice recitals. Oh, cool.
Objection!
I love that.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Oh.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
What the heck? They added some voices. Lovely.
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you.
Wait. You know what I would love? I would love, even though I know it would be quite difficult because it's so dialogue heavy, I would love a fully voice acted Ace Attorney.
Objection! My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage! The prosecution refuses to accept this decision.
I love his voice. It's amazing. Because they only had voice acting in the cutscenes, but this is great. I'll have to listen to this another time. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up. Thank you for being with me. Thank you for being with me during my technical difficulties and sticking with me after that. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I hope you sleep well when you go to bed. I hope tomorrow's stream could still possibly happen if there is no issues in addition to like my vocal cords being okay and the fact that the AC is still not fixed. So I can't be sure if streams are going to, like, until it's fixed. Streams might be a little tentative that they might not happen on the days that they're supposed to, that I preset them up for. Because we might get like a surprise, hey, we're coming over maintenance gnomes to fix the AC, so we'll keep things a little tentative. But yeah, have a great rest of your day. Sleep well when you go to bed. Have good dreams. Feed yourself. Take your vitamins. Take your prescription medication. I'll see you next time. Hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone. See you later. Goodbye, goodbye.